Good afternoon. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. So we need to get something on this side. Because I did the indexes as counts. That could be some interesting feedback. But that means we're going to have to do fetches from the front end. We're going to have places to store it. We're going to have to add parsing for these file formats. Let's see, do I already have, I do have some kind of test stuff set up. Probably haven't run this in a while. Nope. Just down test. Okay, 19 tests. Okay, so we had this for the world merge. Actually, this is in here. Probably the decode test is going to be a little bit more relevant to this. Oh, that was just grid placement stuff. I'm also going to need a data sample of some sort. No, not you. Maybe from our small, well, this might actually be worse for getting a small sample because this is all stuck in the rift. We kind of need something out in the edge. Oh, no, actually, oh no, this is just number of objects, of which any one of these should have. Oh, but you don't have both things. Of which any one of these should have a. Where are you? An oiled file blank. Actually, a lot of these are probably singles. Surely some of these have already gotten to more than one. There's been a lot of stuff in the same spot. Well, the little one-liner is a starting point. Oh, actually, I guess the index is a starting point. Although, and even that we could cut down. That's our so the point of the decoders was this is all stuff that imports JSON decode. We're going to be doing custom parsers. So we're going to have to update this to a direct dependence of our app. We're eventually going to need a module for it. We're going to have a structure sort of like this. Sure Optical. How's it going? What were you doing today? Is this OL data? Kind of OL data. I think the first time I'm doing direct parsers of, well, I'm importing seeds and arcs and things. We are just getting started here. Let's see, module does not exist. Oh, that might exist. I don't even have a data type for what I'm parsing here yet. I might have a timestamp. It's not going to be JSON decode. I forget what parser is. Expectations. We're going to have some kind of sample data. Triptychal. I'm not even going to try, but thank you. Haskell, okay. I knew I recognized your name, but I didn't quite remember enough to place it. Yeah, I've never really gotten into the Haskell, so I'm guessing that Optics by Example is like essentially a book or course type of thing. I might end up doing some subparsers here. This was for a particular thing. Let's see. Okay. So is optics a particular technique, or is that like a family of things that all kind of fall under that that umbrella? All right, let's see if I've messed up my base buffer here. All right, we really just need, well, maybe I want 2 lines. 2 lines above, 2 lines below. Oop, not the entire file. So I have done some custom data formats, and maybe there are existing ones that fit. But I had particular data with particular patterns, and I tried to make things that fit that. Hot research field. Okay. Yeah, back in the day, I followed Lambda the Ultimate and got through some research papers, but I haven't really kept up with that stuff. The data I'm doing is driving an online map of a game world, which uses some data published by the developer. So that's all of the placements of these individual objects, and I use that to also do the heat map on top of it. What I'm doing right now is for, let's see, this actually should be visible right now. Did I, maybe I picked the wrong time section. That's end time. Maybe it'd be like end of previous time. What was I doing? Well, that's not it. Yeah, okay, so 1217-ish. And I'm learning some issues with my interface as part of doing this. Yep, that's too much. Okay, so it's not showing up anywhere in here. Maybe I'm misremembering this. Anyway, if we go down to this scale, and it might be easier to see without this layer. We have search for particular objects, so this is searching for the truck right now. I'm adding indexed data that will let you do that at higher zoom levels. So that is formed of a index file that it lets me know which things I have data for. And I've also put the count in there so I can use that for some UI feedback. And then I have an even more extra special format. for the individual locations where we're doing some things like, well, I reused a format that would correlate things by object ID, which that's just one extra line here. And then we kind of go by correlate everything in one, I forget if it's row or column on this. And then for everything in that row or column, we are going by just listing off all of the opposite of the row or column. And then there's another one for timed placements where we go by Y's and then X's with times. So I did my own little creative things, like all the numbers get separated by like a space, and we have positive or negative to deal with. I mean, it's only on the gaps. So I like transposed the numbers into alpha letter space, and then just got rid of the space. And then we also, I think it's like capital, not capital for whether it's negative, to get rid of all the separator characters. So a lot of very ad hoc stuff. It seemed like a good idea at the time. It did reduce my data sizes. Collating things so I don't have to repeat values helped a bit. So right now I'm just trying to set up some kind of test for the index file parser. Although I do kind of want to know why my example isn't working here. Oh no, actually I found the period. I was just scrolling over it before. So previously this was only enabled when we got to this level of zoom, where it was reusing the already loaded data for the map. We were using to draw all this stuff. But then that cuts out here because you can't. It gets past the point of 1 pixel per tile, and we don't have a good representation for that. So for this, it's 1 index per object type, and then when you go in and search for an object, then we can look up only those data files. And how it knows which files we actually have is the index format, and this is a separator so that I can cut out the most common objects for this, so that we don't have a gigantic index that's just, things that appear way too much, which actually ends up mostly being tutorials getting spawned in by the system, but there's a couple of other really common ones. All right, so I'm actually not quite sure what to put here. I might end up doing breaking out some parts for like individual lines. And I'm not even sure I don't even remember what this interface is going to look like, or indeed what my data type for this is going to be. So far, I've had all of this stuff under a umbrella of just data stuff, which has gotten kind of large. This might even just be a dictionary. Although it's not a simple dictionary because we have both is present and count. So either I have to go to some sort of compound thing or I have to have 2 dictionaries. Maybe I'm going to want some kind of higher level interface to that so I can swap that around. This is our master object list. This is going to get these might get included in spans, because the data is per time chunk. Right, and then the parser depended on this. So a first pass at the data structure parse. I might just have. I see that the parser library probably has something equivalent to decode string. I might just want to expose the thing to just do it. So this is going to be a kind of object search index. Ooh, now if I do some sort of internal type, how do I represent a literal for that? Dicts are a from list. Yeah, so test is going to require someone to do a literal. And that might end up changing depending on maybe it's just a an alias to start off with. So I think that's from list. I might actually want to type. So we're probably going to be an int to a int bool or a bool int, and either way. So the expected result from this let's see, so you are tuples. ID 66, 200, 473, present, and then not present, we have 764, with 3039 instances. And ID 51, 50 instances. So something like that. Okay, that's that parenthesis, that's that parenthesis. So it's going to have all kinds of problems with this. Let's see. Okay, that was that. Can I specify... Yeah, so that does grab one, and it's going to tell me, hey, that module doesn't exist. I'm going to have a little bit of setup like that. Whole data. Let's see. What we know we have right now is going to be what? What is it? It's object search index is what we called it. It might not need any of these. I'm going to put that a placeholder in there. And then what is our interface for parsing? So it's just parser. And I think I typically just go to parser advanced to have better error messages. The last time I was working with a chat type interface where it was more likely to run into an unusual message, I might not need that here. I might end up using time when I get to individual placement times. If I get to individual placement times. Right now we're just doing the index. Once you get comfortable, the parser thinks it's doing something. Yeah, that might be useful. And I do have some references elsewhere that we can look at. Did I just do this as parser? Yeah, it's just calling this parser. Or parser.advanced.parser. Oh, so is that a YouTube video? Okay, cool. Object. Search index. Oh yeah, my parser. That might be, I think we might end up doing this, something like this, because it's going to be the same parser type as we move through. So that would say it is parser of easiest context is a string, easiest problem is a string, and the ultimate result of this, and this is where we might want to go do an alias or something, a dict of int to int bool. Right, ever done anything? Okay, you haven't. Okay, I do have an object ID from somewhere. Where do I use that? Map UI, model uses it. Oh, does model depends on hold data. View uses it, and view is also going to depend on hold data. Right? No. I might be able to... Because Could I re-export that if I put it in there? And there are probably places in here that we reference this. So I guess the real question now is, can we arrange to make that a singular definition? Does not expose. Okay. So now if we go into parse, we just added that. We now have something to import from here for starters. And we can make that a little bit more explicit. This is actually a count, so that works. That would be a present flag. This type could perhaps be better done. Let's see. Well, right now I'm only referencing this in two places because of the test. We will have to have the parser result, and we will have to have places that store the results of this. This is all data definition stuff. I wonder if I should have a separate module for it. Okay, so there's all our types. This is going to be kind of like per span. Maybe kind of around monument level. Then you can import that. We could also do some little just clarity aliases. Type alias. So we're going to have and problem for now. All right. Oh, and what can we just do like a succeed? Yeah. Oh, you know what? We're going to set this up to be a string too. And was it not that it was actually, let's see, was it okay as a result of what? Run. Much more precise information for each dead end. So the failure is a list of dead ends. It makes it a little bit awkward to type. I think this is like context and problem. Okay, that matches you. That matches you. A to parser of A. One dict. All right, so support libraries. And we could perhaps do some operations for this, but I want to see get a better sense of what those operations are. So did I have a... No. Well, this would normally run all of the tests, which I don't need to do. Maybe we could modify it as needed. That's Elm. Test. Can I do source and tests? And right now we are doing tests, data, parse test. Ah, okay. So there was a typo. It should be the succeed call produces parser. Oh, right. I have to take this and call it. So this is a string. So probably there actually will be an actual parser here somewhere. Run with parser on string. Result list dead end context problem dict kv. Says it should be a result list parser. Okay, I was thinking in terms of the thing that produced the parser. This is the thing that produces a result. Can't find an index variable. Oh, but why we change it to index string. All right, we've got something to successfully compile. All right, so we want to pull out that. So on the decoders. The top level thing is just the thing that it parses. So if we were to expose a helper like this without requiring something else to, well, I ended up doing that with JSON. You know, JSON decode string law. Yeah, that was pars, which is a little awkward. I might want to build this up piece by piece and actually expose some of the underlying pieces for testing. That would mean smaller test sets as well. But that would make it a little bit more tractable. So we've got individual lines that'll be the same. This is going to be kind of stateful, which hopefully won't be too big of a problem. That might be what context is for. Although it's only this is only showing blah, but maybe you can use it in other ways as well. The only thing about this is if you want to test it, we have to expose it. And then I'm going to be calling pars anyway. Date time. It's gonna, no, it's not gonna be quite like that. I guess I could pull out run since that's what I'm gonna be doing all the time. Parser.run. Oh, interesting. That's parser. I sometimes collapse decode into the same space. Run with you on you. And then we just don't even have this. Just search in pars dot. Oh, actually, we probably did have a. We did have the prefix before we turned it into parser. Okay, so that's just the type. So we've got ID. Doesn't exist. And this is where having the custom parser type might be handy, because we're just going to be repeating this. Well, no, you're going to be different. Context of problem might be the same, but you're going to parse in... Well, really should be an object ID, shouldn't it? That's going to be an int, essentially, right? You're a type of int. X to X. So that's two problem types. Two potential problems. Expecting int and... Oh. Expecting an integer and a specifically invalid number. So I guess this is where you say something like... And they were setting up for this to be enumerated types. So invalid number, hex octal binary float invalid. Invalid is invalid. The others are error invalid. Past. Oh, did it not accept the argument? Maybe even when I manually run it, it didn't accept the argument. It just ran. Yeah, past 20. So actually, maybe there's a specific format. Run test files. That completes. Where is it getting past 20 from? Oh, it's passing the ones that it skipped? Is that how it's working? It's only showing me this. Yep. So is this only showing me failures then? Okay. Past 19, yes. I guess it's just passing the ones that aren't in the specified file, which is weird. So we've got ID. I mean, count is just an integer. We could still pull a thing out for it just to make it clearer what's going on inside the test. Uh, okay, back down just that one. Does Elm test have like a skip pending type thing? I guess that might be actually part of the package API. Or not. Is it explorations test? Install mtest. This is, I guess this is at a test level. What does it do? Skip. Committed to version control. Your entire test suite would fail. Okay, but maybe it doesn't report the results. Oh, but it doesn't have a message. To do has a string, but does it have a test? Yeah, nope, they're not drop-ins. Apparently skip isn't a drop-in either. Okay, to-do string returns test. Oh, maybe it's skip test? Test run incomplete because test.skip was used. Okay. So we've got ID count. That lets us do a basic line. I only have a parse module. This might end up having to be like a search index parse line. I don't know. So our example was, I mean, just I guess 1, 2 would be sufficient for this. What should this return? It's only parsing 2 numbers by itself. But ultimately, you have to stick this together into a dictionary. Oh, I wonder if this only does context-free things. Now there is tracking context. So should this just return two numbers to be used by something else? Or should this be a little subset of the total thing? Well, I guess we start by doing this. In a dictionary with one key value pair. I'm not sure what the default value should be. You should almost be like an object search line or something. Actually, I guess that's going to be the higher level one. We could do, let's see, and then you are, yeah, a little bit of right now we're going to do a miniature index. And we could do a thing like this. Does not expose a line. Oh. Okay, so yes, now it's saying the wrong value. All right, now we need to get into some actual parsing. Now this is just two space-separated things that we already have parsers for. This needs to succeed in some sort of constructor. So a chain of parsers is going to give us two numbers. So we do sort of need the thing that parses two numbers. I guess it could be a closure. The thing that takes two numbers and reconstructs it into that. Entry takes an object ID and an int and gives us one dict entry. Wait, this is object search index. That singleton of ID, and it might eventually. We have to figure out how we're going to handle context in here. But that lets us say succeed with an entry of a object ID and throw out spaces and a object count. And do I need to do... The stuff we're passing to it doesn't have the new line right now, so we need to pass that outside of this. Okay. So now we need to test something with multiple lines. Without the break. And that's not a dict.singleton anymore. Yeah, that's just getting confusing. Okay, so okay. We need that for the entire dict. And that's the pair. I may have to revisit whether this defaults to true or false. This wouldn't be line. We could be passing our top level function for this. I guess I don't yet know whether I'm going to need a helper for this. Maybe I define that helper internally for now. So then you become this. These become lines? And your succeed empty. An alternate implementation of this would just be to do one line. Which does part of it, and then stops. All right, so now we have variable or looping numbers of things. And I could always go look at my other project if I'm not sure how to do that. This is high level. Context you probably want to be making more use of. So we do in context, and then that lets us say, well, we were doing a line, we were doing an object ID, we were doing a whatever. Oh, context is a singular thing, it looks like. Or maybe it keeps it as a stack internally. Just like the parser models have to become token arguments. Okay, int, float, number, symbol, keyword, variable. Not at the end of input. So one way to look at this would be something like... What was that thing? It's dot. Which will be invalid for all of these, but... End value... Okay. Oh, a problem when it rises. So... Problem, end of input. Okay. This is actually almost, in some ways, less useful. Well, it didn't give us an end of input problem, but it did say, okay, we got past parse of it. That's a thing to think about, but I don't know if it's useful right now. Lazy. Let's see if I write a custom type for your problem. Okay, this is the opposite of succeed. One of, okay, so yeah, so one of, when we get to lines, can be a item line or a dash, we hope. Oh, custom type of token. Yeah, so one problem is we have all the details over here. Exactly the given string. Okay, so that's a different kind of token. That's for like keywords. I guess it could also be for brackets and things. And then loops. So we've got loops, we've got white spaces. Oh yeah, and chompers were a thing when you get into custom formats. And then that's for error messages. I don't remember if I used those last time. All right, so just like parser.sequence, trailing concept are optional, just like parser.loop, just like parser.step. Okay, so we have to read up on these. Customize the details however you need. Say, so lists and records. Lower level only try to hack high level. Okay, so sequence is a high level thing. Start, separator, end. Spaces. Individual items are these. My one little separator line might be what breaks this. I might be able to get it working for there. Or for my current example. Okay, so sequence, token, token, token. Do we have to do something special to get a token? Token is an X, and X is a problem. Wait, token takes a token and returns a parser? Where do we get a token? Okay, no, keyword also takes a token. Oh, I guess... Oh, token of variable type. So is this an exposed type? Oh, yep. So token for string with an expecting blah. Says with a token for the start, separator, and end. You can specify the custom type of problem. So a multi-line thing. And we have a better sample of how this lays out. So start equals token. How do we say no token? Maybe this only works for bounded things. Maybe this only works for bounded things. Start, separator, and end. Do I even have the other project here? Let's see, so that's OBS. Are you watching chat? No, you're not watching chat. Are you watching chat? No, I don't think so. All right, what do we do with you? That is indeed a loop. All right, so we have a loop of a starting value, and we have a step which can be one of a message or unparsed trailing characters. A line separated by spaces. So this might in fact be kind of close. A message step. We have a type for loop. Right, so this is start the loop or end the loop. This is actually part of the parser package. Dict.empty. This is like a message step. All right, this would be a line step. It takes a message. Okay, with message array here, a list of lines. So that would be our object search index. And we would get a... I did do a custom parser here. Okay, it reduced it to a single type, which gave us the context problem across all of our stuff. Uh, there might be a couple of file types here, actually. And what we're doing is just this stuff. Actually, we can probably do... Oh, no. It was percent, wasn't it? Was that for that only in like in a selected block or something? Oh, you're a step. A step of message. Ah, state and right, because the state itself was a list. Gives you a parser of A, and then the state is whatever you're tracking. So our state here is the same type of thing. For the moment, we may eventually have to include our Boolean flag in there, or isPresent flag. Let's see, so that was... I might not need the one of just yet. Although that's how we get it done. Would that be an M? We get a line, and let's see, that was separated by any old spaces. I mean, I guess these are still separated by spaces. And let's see, then we do that. We say we're done. Order might not even matter terribly much here. Still a little bit weird to return out of order. Oops. Context problem. Loop. Object search and oh right, last one was a list. This is a dict, so actually it doesn't there is no reverse. I guess we could build things up as a. So this is just it. We have to do a dict insert of some sort. If we're returning a dict, does that mean to emerge? Do we even have that operation? Combine. There's a collision. Preferences given to the first. Preferences given to values when its key appears in the second. Preferences given to first. And full control. So this would be new entry. And then you are just done index. Okay. That will do multiple, that will do just multiple lines. I don't know of anything. It's like, I guess I could do a parser for dash. But that's basically a simple token. You have to figure out how I do context. So the simplest version of this this probably can go in here. Looking for a and there's nothing in here, so it's just loop, and it's just with this as our state. Which has already given me ideas about how we do this. Token string. Do I need to parenthesize this? Is the right? Oh, I have to say token, don't I? At which point, then I do need to parenthesize that. And maybe having u be a value would be useful. Expecting object ID, looking for a dash separator, unparsed trailing characters and message. So everything failed. We didn't really get any information about where we were in the process. Let's see, the other steps of it still succeeded. Does that make any difference? I don't think it should. Maybe token is not the right thing here. White space. Could that be a chomper? So attempt to parse. Oh, maybe you provide a token. We kind of a symbol. So what's the token type then? Might be misusing something here. Exactly the given string without any regard to what comes next. White space parser can consume 0 characters. Is defined with a token and a trick to peek ahead a bit. See, was there like a int float? So we've got symbol. It could be symbol, it could be keyword. No, no different. So it collected all of the things that failed on that line. It doesn't... I guess this is where I have to start using context and maybe the line number stuff to tell me... I mean, well, we can guess that it's failing at that line because it works on things that... It works on this. Context stack, problem. Oh no, row equals 1, call equals 1. Is that in the overall string? Oh, you know what? I have a carriage return in here. The way we put this in. Okay, and so far we've only dealt with booleans. So we could flip where those are, and it's unordered because it's a dict, which is unordered. So what happens is our context here becomes not just this. So line step, this was dict.empty. It's just for this loop, so I guess it could be kind of an inline thing. Index and included. So this is going to do the new index and maintain. This is going to return done with just that. This is going to loop with the index and false. And then we try to solve this type nightmare. It might, does it have to return? Oh, you might have to return this. Oh yeah, there's two types here. Is the second one perchance the final result? Loop state, this is parser advanced. That's state and that's done A, so yes. So I guess we do have to mention it twice. All right, now we have to get this context down to our individual line parser. Well, it's going to be that. That's going to just all the line tests here. And entry. So entry is going to have to kind of be flipped here. From how it's written elsewhere. Okay, and that actually did not work here. Interesting. Parser dot, oh, yeah, because parser dot line did not have an argument before. And then multiple lines. Right, we default to true. Okay, one file format down. Let's see, as we go on to other formats, there might be some, either we make this a dedicated parser for just this format, so it can keep all of its internal stuff, but like, object ID, well, object ID might be the only thing that really carries over. I'm not sure I ever used context. You're not really in a message, are you? All right, so other stuff was kind of test setup. We added a test script that's doing a particular file right now. We added that. Oh, right, those... Oh, we did do some stuff to hold data. We did do some stuff to model. So I guess we might end up having to include... Well, or I could just go through and undo this stuff for now. Actually, map UI could have been okay by itself. Actually, that's sort of a useful pass on. Things that would be awkward would be... because I didn't have any other work to do, and I wanted to make some more progress on this. And locked objects. Change our exposing a little bit. Yeah. I don't know if it's quite long enough to bother me yet, but it's getting kind of scruffy. Oh, so we do have more file formats. But we can get useful features from this. Well, if I start parsing individual items, and of course now I'm going to need all the, or I might need all the changes back. Well, particularly having an initial search up. Now my problem is I can theoretically parse a file format. I have to figure out where I want to store that data. The data is going to change on a span basis. But maybe it's actually going to end up becoming more of a world thing? Name, start, end, spans, biome layer generation. Do I have any good way to associate things with these without including it in them? Oh, it's also per server. We have objects, object index. We do have spans. The worlds primarily get set up front at the start, which is why I don't necessarily want to go modifying them every time we load something. But I'm going to kind of end up with a multi-level dictionary if I don't just include it in there. Oh, we're going to have more frequent worlds than we do spans. because the worlds can also get broken by things other than map data changes, like map generation changes, apocalypses. Well, that's still a map generation change, or a map data change, I guess. Object data changes, although that will once again be a server restart. But spans would actually match the raw data. But right now, that's just a remote data of the direct parse of that stuff. So maybe I do have to, like, what does a world end up with? It's got a start. It's got an end. It has a oh no, a world has a list of spans, so that's already larger than what we need here. And a span has a start and an end and a base. A span will always have a start and an end. I think we're using end for our data field, so we could do a dict indexed by end. Yeah, the front end code hasn't really had to deal with this level of detail yet. It is going to be per server spans. It's going to depend on that. So we just had a list of indexes. Well, yeah, each index right now is a dict. You are a definite list of spans. The model had... Well, no, server has worlds. Server had a list of, we could call it, I guess, raw spans. So if you potentially had a list of objects, you would end up being a separate span type. So the main thing we want to do with this for the moment is say when we search, we're displaying all our object names here. Let's see, object finder, search objects, object search box, show object result. Show matching objects, list object ID. Model ID, we are looking up Oh, title and attributes. Okay, we are looking up selected server. Get ID in servers, get the objects. Get object ID. Yeah, we haven't had to do anything about what span we're in. Do I have a different server in model? I do. Okay, so we have this object index, which is the names. All right, so that's the raw list, and then we take it into a name list. So for the least disturbance to everything else, we'd have a parallel set of data that would go... Well, somewhere along the line, we'd have to look up what span we're in. We'd have to use that to get the time code for it. So it would be the object search indexes by time code. The thing itself is a dictionary by object ID, which is the counts. Eventually that might extend spans to having remote data for whether we fetched the details, if we're going, in fact, we're going to show details from here. I guess I'm just afraid of complecting everything else if I start trying to like put it into spans somewhere. We have the full list of spans. We have the, which by way of remote data sort of suggests that it's, as fetched. Although we could derive a data type that has room for the object list for that span. I could keep the object list only for the current span. That will involve a lot of loading and refetching if we're scrubbing around. Maybe I have to have something that's like currently visible span? Which doesn't even have to be per server because there's only one visible at a given time. That sort of pulls out that data, pulls out as a place to store that stuff, then every time we change, we throw it away. That would go back to more of a model thing. Selected server, display server. Yeah, so I've just been using an integer and then keeping all of the data elsewhere. And then looking it up as needed. Use that to grab the server. We need to do somewhere determine our current span time. Which I don't know if the front end does anywhere. Span list. Rebuild the worlds. We take the most recent. Acquire spans, fetch spans. Mostly gets passed over to the JavaScript, I think. Yeah, we don't do anything with looking up what our current span period is. Maybe set time. Maybe set time update. Leaflet dot, okay, so tell leaflet the current time, model dot map time. We can perform a map time update. Is that the only thing we do there? No, we have a separate set time. We get the arc for time. We do track a current arc. We do have a fetch data for time. Oh, is that only for this, though? That might only be for this. Select arc. Arc list, arc list. Well, it always updates this. So we would track current span, and either we have a current span as the existing span format and a current object index. Oh, and we're going to have the static index and the dynamic index at that. Or we have some sort of new expanded arc object or span object that includes spaces for those things so that whenever you change it out, you necessarily update those. Okay, so that's given current arcs. Is this a model thing? Current server map arcs. Oh, for the arcs for the current server. And there's arc for time. List.filter is in range. Which we translate it to POSIX. So we might be able to reuse that. So I could go through and add the ability to set a current span using the current span structure. I'm not sure whether I want to have a parallel field for the object data or have some expanded span thing that will help guarantee that we reset things if we clear. So would that be is it model that has the alternate server? Yes. I think, yeah. So like a span data, if we start associating other things with it. And we have everything that a span has, which is not much. We could even just start out with a little alias for it and then get all of the current span selection down. This is model. Live server. You've already got span incorporated, server, span data. Do I still have a compiler running here? The tests aren't really going to change at this point. Yeah, so we got a regular compiler running. No, we're in model. So servers, versions. Servers are derived from all this remote data stuff. This is ultimately going to be a holder for some remote data stuff. This is going to be kind of like lives. I need to follow some of this stuff. You are not yourself remote data. You will contain remote data. You are still a maybe, though, because we might not be able to select a current span, much as we... You're kind of like current arc, aren't you? Even though this is more of a data selection thing, we're going to be updating that in all the same places. Yeah. Positioning is hard. Current server, get the arcs for this server, so that's not relevant. We might need a current spans now. Well, we don't necessarily need it yet, but we might. So that's specifically select arc, that's select arc. Select arc course. This is still, this is receiving the arc list. Current arc, model current arc equals last arc. So span list might need something along those lines. We already got last span. Which for now we can put straight in. Set time, maybe arc. We do need current span. Do we change model without changing init model? Current spans. Current hours. Current arc, current server. All right, so we've got that. We have arc for time. Is in range. Arc to range. We've already got span to range. Okay. Where do we use you? To get the time range for that. And that's it. Time range from you. That's saying that time range. Arc for time. Okay, so we've got Span for time, maybe span. Data list, span. Maybe spans. Span is in range. Span span to range. This is almost a generic thing. You'd have to pass in the toRange function, though. Hey, hello, Tex. How's it going? Time selection for time. This is updating arc stuff. Well, this is case arcs. Oh, yeah. I guess I can also update the current span. Model.map time. But this is assuming we have the arcs to do this, so it could be a little awkward. Set time. This is a little bit more of the kind of thing we can easily do. Okay, let's see, places we can look at is this. So this is if we have arcs, which probably means we also have that. We have to actually get the current arc. Well, that changes what we do with it. Fetch data for time is, I think that's only using, yeah. This is specific to something else. But I guess that means it's updating it and maybe not updating the span. Yeah, I might have to deal with that. This might not have span data. That's set, but I was looking for this thing for we do this one. Oops. Span to range is a little bit different, apparently. Then span to arc. Or arc to range. Oh, arc to range has to put in a default if it doesn't end. Spans always end. All right, current arc. Current arc equals. Okay, so that sets both, that sets both. If we're yanking around time, we probably need to... Case current arcs of data list. Let's that drop in. Select arc index. So this is asking you to find a specific thing. set time end. So we would then have to find the arc for this. Is that what are you doing that? Span for time. Time. Oh, and this is nothing. If we found an arc equals nothing. If that selection found no arc, that's probably not good for span either. So the course arc, based on end, okay, so that's specifically arc list. We can probably leave it. Set time, updates it. You update it. You update it. All right, and an early way we can check that this much is working is, so this is going to be relevant to object search. So this is going to be something to do with object search. Matching object. Object list header. Count will be on, will indeed be on here somewhere. Let's see, do we have multiple rows? A row of rows. Oh, this is probably doing the left and the right. So if that's the left and right, we have to have another row around this. Font size is actually probably fine. Oop. And we are going to have something else. Okay, we have to actually have something. Oh. I might need it on both of these. Okay, that did not row. So you need to be a column and a... Actually, you probably didn't matter what you were. Why are you complaining? I guess it's column. Oh, no, that's not what we want at all. We do in fact want these to be rows. Maybe if that's multiple rows, this probably needs to be a column. Hmm. Kinda. Might need our own internal spacing and stuff. Alright, so what you actually want to be is... where am I doing date conversions? We're doing some of that stuff in data. Date model.zone. Okay, yeah, model.zone. Life.birth time. I forgot to take advantage. Take note of where that was. Something else. So this is going to be model. Oh, this is a maybe. Yeah. I mean, I almost don't want to put the row here if it didn't have a date. Span. Well, first we have to go to end. Maybe. Oh, you're an element, actually. Okay. So that is not the time the map is at. Right. That's probably still the last span. Okay, so when do we get our router information? This might end up fixing up some other little inconsistencies. Model.map time. Do we have an initial map time? We do, and it seems to be... Do we move something here? 8-2... It is slightly different than I did before. I might have bumped some stuff finding this. That seems about right. Oh, you know what? This display, like if we go here, it's like these things are all off. This is, I guess, current, right, because it's no bound time. And then maybe the current time isn't in any arc, so it doesn't select the proper index. All right, so when span list comes in, I was having it just go to the end, but we should have a valid map time right now. Which kind of changes that, doesn't it? So that's last span. It's still a list head, so it's still a maybe. What's map time? Current map time is a thing. If modeled up to the old time, does span for time deal with the maybe? No, you take a POSIX. Set time time. So you've already decoded if it's a maybe. What turns into a maybe? Let's see. Where else do we do this? Span for time. Case model dot map time of. That's probably why I didn't want to deal with it down there. Oh, and this is where last span might come into play. So we need to have a time. Maybe dot and then. Let's see. So, that would apply span for time argument. I think we just have to do this, though. And then this thing is itself a maybe, so it's still a maybe. That's fine. But if this fails out... Oh, current spans. We don't need current spans. It's these spans. But you're yourself a maybe. I guess this is like it's like a map error type of thing. And then nope, I gotta case it. Because if this is a nothing, then we can use last span. Last time, maybe set time. From Germany. Oh. I think Dragon's from around there too. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, so the maybe set time is still doing something here. because that's filling in if we didn't have a time. Yeah, you're a maybe. With default will provide a value, but the value is another maybe. Well, no, I see that. That does work. So then the rest of this stuff, then this is still technically last time. Time range, the span we selected, And we should probably, perhaps, apply this to arcs as well. Arc list. Oh, yeah, last arc. Arc. Arc for time. Arcs. Last arc. Current arc equals mark. Course arc equals mark. Time range. Sure. Is a list data arc needs to be a remote data. List. Oh wait, your arcs value is a list. Oh, data.arc. Oh, have I not done a conversion here yet? Well, there's, yeah, server arcs, data arcs. And I might be doing some work to rebuild things here that makes these invalid for this purpose. This is probably a model arc. No, arc is a data arc, so that's just the types it's using. Oh, but you're a maybe. You ended up as a maybe. Why did you end up as a maybe? You're an okay. Oh, arc for time is a maybe. But I didn't end then, right? Maybe dot with default. But yeah, so that's the time type from here. And Aaron, how's it going? Are you working on some Elm today too? Or is that just a host that's showed up with a viewer? Of course, maybe it's a manual host. Hey, there he is. Okay. I hope you're enjoying your New Year's Eve. I'm not really doing anything special. So is the game jam wrapped up, or are you wrapping up your entry? Let's see. Can we? Well, no, debug.log won't help because it won't tell me, it won't run until we can get it to compile. So you're the thing that is not happy right now. I'm just going to push it downstream. This will give me a similar error. And then spans officially ends today. Still submit for a bit longer. Okay, so yeah, so it was until end of year. Spans is having a very, very similar error. But that's the data thing again. Although maybe that'll push us into the funny thing is the function I'm using here is just gonna have to unwrap it again, but yep, and then you're having that same issue. Okay, so that's just gonna give us a nothing. So we can't use a maybe as the default. That's Why doesn't that work? Argument is maybe span data. Those are alias to each other. Is piping it to a function that expects maybe span data. Oh, right, because these have to be the same type. I guess we gotta case it. So this is a whole expression. Maybe it would work in a case statement. It'd just be a really long case statement. If we... I guess in this case we are returning another maybe that happens to be of the same type. At least for now. Yeah, I haven't been into too big into sort of junk drawer extra packages. I mean, I've been debating whether to go write a little tiny function for this. This is itself a maybe span. Naming is hard. And of course I did the second one, which is what the parser is going to hit afterwards. So actually, I guess we don't care about this at all. Yeah, well, I mean, there's probably some interest in not making the core library too huge there. Oh, as is a keyword. We want maybe arc. Okay, so that still has the same problem. Oh no, this is inside the maybe. So this, oh no, this we need map. No, map still does value. So this is just a function of a maybe. Okay, and then that goes down to spans. And that actually is in there. Does that help this out at all? It gets this right. This thing still needs to be updated. Is it doing that interactively, or are we figuring that out ahead of time? Start time select. There's something about arcs. Arc range. Arc select. Model. Current arcs. If we have data. Filter map. Model.course arc. Oh, I wonder if I put in an arc that had the end time filled in, or vice versa. Whereas the things we're mapping don't have an end time filled in, so they don't match. When we receive the arc list, it's just the last arc. Time range gets updated. But yeah, that looks like it's just going straight in. All right, well, this is going to be messy. So we're ending up with an empty list here, it seems like. Well, I guess that comes down to, well, it comes down to what are we comparing against. We can, yeah, even if it's a maybe, we can print it out. Oh, this needs to be a let. We can slip it in here. Okay, that's just as messy as we expected it to be. Oh, did we scroll off our compare value here? Okay, that's maybe messier than I thought it would be. Oh, it actually processed these in reverse order. Okay, so overall, we have a just, we have an end, we have a seed. We do have an end. That looks like it might be current time. I might be resetting that somewhere. That does not look at all like it would match up here. What am I doing for... Well, I guess current arc, but course arc is what would affect time selection for time. Arc for time. We shouldn't be firing that. That's one of the main places that updates it. We've got the UI selection. We've got receiving the list. And we've got time selection for time, which tells me that this is probably what's doing it. Nope, we're still not picking anything out here. You shouldn't be going off. Arc list. Well, I guess we don't know this is working. That was... shouldn't be going off. And this is course. Okay, so arc list did in fact set us to this, which means we did not successfully pick the arc for time here. No, you're slow off the charts though. So what's the map time? Does it like temporarily switch to current? No, that's what we wanted. What are you doing to me here? If its data is in range, probably gonna be very similar. Filtered list. Yeah, that's the only one that it considered in range. Are you getting different arguments? Yeah, see, this is going to be in a big loop, though. at time, so at that time, are we hitting an unbounded arc maybe? That's getting the, that's why it has that, that's why it has that field. Data time end. Wait. 160399. No. Oh, I'm thinking of the spans. This arc this arc might be fine. This is only a Boolean check, so even if it's arc to range fills in with that. But you're just doing a Boolean check off of it. Oh, yeah, actually, no, arc for time is returning a thing with an end post. Am I doing that conversion somewhere else? To actually give it an end? And then my arc list doesn't have it with an end in it? The weird thing is this is going through all the arcs. It's giving me a thing here. Oh, is this having to do with some processed stuff? Servers, we rebuild the arcs. Do we do something to them there? Assigned, oh, bye. Yeah, we assigned data times to them. But the thing we put in as the current didn't have a data time, so it's not equal. But view is doing a straight up model quality. Which is extra fun because they're all maybes. Maybe I have to pre-process that stuff. Well, spans kind of does it too. We're not doing index checks on that though. But rebuild arcs is a server thing. Is it? Oh, it's okay. So that's that is a function. Oh, no, it's anything that has arcs and spans. And it kind of needs both to do things properly. So it might not even be possible to determine that at that time. So either I have to compare differently or I have to use the derived data. So spans does rebuild. All right, well, This is technically a thing that would be nice to fix, but it's not in our way, right? Not a direct issue right now. Arcs in list have been updated with a data time. Objects do not match. I guess technically these are like records. Yeah, there were some pipeline things before. So we have arc for time. Okay, got that one. At time, got that one. Map time, got that one. Okay. Important thing for us is that this was right. So that tells us what? That we know which span we are working with. Was that enough to checkpoint? Oh, we still gotta select. Oh, yes. So for other events, not all of which we're triggering. Well, to each their own, I guess. And we copied that from down here. Is it down here? Span list. Yeah, it's pretty common. I don't know how that will change with more social isolation, although I don't doubt some people will be going out anyway. The debug's there. No, we had that stuff on. We did make changes. Right, we made some structural changes there to get our initial display in. And we just have to go ahead and commit that for now. Although, what I actually need here is to have a search in this spot. Is that by... Would a search ID there work? Highlight objects. Selected matching objects. No, that is not sufficient. Probably... Maybe it needs to be here. And then selected is which ones are checked. Okay, so that's enough to get me to display. I'm not quite sure where I want to put that yet. Object list header. Let's see, you were doing... Is where we need this? Oh, we added a layer and we didn't do fill width on it. Okay, well, I suspect counts are going to be over here. So that might kind of make sense. Let's see, track. All right, so now span data will actually have some other things on it. I'll hold data. So I guess the first thing to do is get it to be a drop-in replacement. What? Oh. God dang it. What are you doing? All right, and then what if it wasn't a drop-in replacement? mspan is a maybe span. Yep. So we have to have some way to upgrade this. And it's not necessarily going to be super easy. I might not even need all of these fields. It's just convenient to carry everything over. Like base, I don't know if I'm actually going to need. Well, I guess I copied that way. Is that right? An object search index is an individual one. This is going to be a... Whether we've fetched it for this span, so any kind of indexing field, it's going to be remote data of this. And is going to be a not requested. Okay, now we have to go use that everywhere it's relevant. Oh, span data was a maybe. And the times that I update this might end up erasing that at times I don't want to, which could be a problem. That's nothing, so that's fine. You have to be exported. Probably means I should actually move this down with other functions. And we mistyped a maybe. Let me guess, it's the one we copied everywhere. Oh, no, it's not. How do I just do case sensitive? Well, it's one of the S-band datas, so a little easier to find. All right, so we have a potential place to put it. We're also going to have to take steps to re-request things when that changes. Does my config object only pull in fields I use? Nope. Config, yes it does. Oh! I've already pulled in the indexes, apparently. Expecting I would use them. Alright, so when we do a search, which for this I am going to have to do something to trigger that early on if there's data in there. We can start with interactive. What does that mean? Object typing, update object search. Do you even send commands now? Well, your command message. So we might have to send highlight objects. We're gonna have to rerun the. Well, right now it's a local update. Total matching objects, selected objects, I guess, and highlight objects. Add command, highlight objects command. Turning a set to a list. Give us that one command. At this point, it's definitely easier just, well, but we want to go through our model and see which ones we still need to request. Let's see, select matching object, select all objects. That's just doing what's checked. So actually update object search is going to be the thing that needs to do it anyway. Total matching objects, selected matching objects. And highlight objects was reused elsewhere. This is not necessarily going to get reused elsewhere. Let's set length, matching objects, selected matching from my IDs. So we care about We might care about locked objects at some point. So for all of our IDs, we want to say if our remote data is not requested, we need to add a command for it. And of course, and highlight objects was that, so and we then have to do an add command on there. So within our span data, oh no, that's the index itself. We're not getting down to selecting individual things yet. But when we update object search is still when we would check that. So this would be kind of like where we require various things. Server.args. And there's our fetch. See, so these are masters. They don't have any data fields. We've got model. We've got the span data has an end, which is going to be the same thing as I think the only URL field we need. Well, server number. Oh, and I have to work out how to decode this. And this only takes a decoder, so it's going to be a custom. I can't have my hook to do delayed requests on this one. Well, no, we did HTTP GET and other things. It was just that one we're having troubles with, I guess. So you do your thing. Fetch span, here's an HTTP GET. Fetch objects, fetch lives. We're gonna get into, there's more fetches down here. Fetch recent lives, fetch relatives. Oh, life fetch, URL stuff. It's span data. And object data. All right, so require object search index. Server is indeed a parameter. So we're checking, because no, this is a server object. This could be a span data. And then the model provides the URL context. Where are we using this? Add update. Okay, so that was actually falling in line with how we were doing stuff. Admittedly, there's a maybe in here that we might want to wash out. So model, if there is current span data, then it has a field. Which could be an argument for like maybe .map onto this function. Oh. You were from a model to a... Oh, you were also in server space. To that in the commands. That's actually not going to be a great model here. We do want to change you to loading. And here's hoping for inspiration about how to handle these things. Well, right now we're doing the highlight command that is model to model command. To add this onto that, it would have to be, well, no, I've got helpers that can do some of the threading. We're going to be both updating, and really you are going to be updating what am I doing? Add an update onto a server command thing. And then we do that, unwrap that later. We're kind of doing this within spans, but you'd have to put this in the context of model update spans equals do this thing to the spans. So we've got something like a case model dot span data of no, I don't think I can match into you. Because like a field of it that has to be a certain type, or it has to have a certain value. Okay, span data dot object search index. And that does all the interesting stuff, and everything else it's supposed to be a wild card. And what are we actually doing? This ends up having to do the command and change it to loading. Do I have to do a double switch here? You return the updated object if we are equal to that thing. So maybe you're like that, where you just do and we do a whole bunch of stuff. But this is all the case. I actually have to do model update. If we're doing nothing, and if we're doing nothing, if we're doing something, we have to update the model. With a model.span data. And you're going to need, like, stuff. See, so fetch spans took a... so that's... Is that going to be config dot? Probably the same fields. Have I copied that into model yet? And that is... I don't know if I've done any of their templates here yet. And that is going... Maybe some server stuff. What's our server ID? You just got it from server.id. Hey, Liger. And we know we have a span data. So this is current server, maybe server, model.selected server. That might be, it's a maybe int. Or we have to have a server to be able to request that. Well, no, I still have to unpack it because you're going to want an actual int. This might be... I rarely use these. Apply a function if all of the arguments are a just value. But those are the arguments, which I don't know that I can pipeline this nicely. But the result of that is a singular value, and we still have to handle the resulting maybe if it's nothing. Okay, we have a pattern, we have a server ID. We were unsure how to get a server ID. We have... You're probably going to be a POSIX, actually. I probably should have built some of this up from the other side. Like, actually get the fetch function to exist. No. So it is server, and it is time. Did we deal with time anywhere else here? No. So it's from int. Not doing a whole lot of that other stuff. POSIX dot... Is it POSIX to milliseconds? I haven't done this recently enough. POSIX to millis. POSIX to millis, data time. And I think we did this in seconds, not milliseconds. We have an entirely different decoding method too. What do we do with you? I don't know if I've done any non-JSON documents here yet. Yeah. Expect string, expect JSON, expect bytes, expect whatever. Does not matter, ignore it. Okay. So we need to expect string and figure out what to do with it. I wonder if that means we actually end up decoding it the message response. Oh, we actually have to have a thing for this, huh? We're actually not going to care about the server ID or the time because we're just having current. Although I might need to do that to catch things that drifted between when we asked and when we got it. Just got text. So there is no decoder. Well, we can set this up as a function. Although this is going to take HTTP errors, and if we then do a parsing, we also have to deal with potential parsing errors. So I could do the parsing on the front end and then call the message. But I don't necessarily have a good way to deal with the errors then. I already used that name, didn't I? Most things don't say received. Resulted in HTTP error. You're just going to be a string. That was way too much code. And Elm is having issues. Okay, so those brackets match. Oh, we can't. Just the span data, which we've already pulled out. Fetch object search index. Define a record across multiple lines. We probably missed the fact that we have two things here. Oh, time.posix to millis, not posix. It's not exposed to posix to millis. All right, so we forgot to update this. Was this int operator? Yes. But it was a maybe span data. So yes, we have not copied that into our main structure yet. Model. Yeah, we put this into config. Spans URL got copied in config dot. So you also need to be here. Missing possibilities. Okay, data time. Data time. Okay, text. And this is blanking out, or marking the, this is a kind of an equally, almost equally messy update. So failed error. Ew. The object search index? So the object, we have the closure, we have the other object. Well, this had that down there. You actually need to do a similar update if you work. Well, okay, so we have to parse first. Failed error, loading, data. Object closure. Okay, compiles. That will actually depend on what happens with the parsing. Right, JSON decode. I never really originally organized these, did I? URL, browser, HTTP. And, data. Maybe we can find a better way to streamline this later. You're going to be result. Does it mean more like case? Was it parser.run? Remote data was an HTTP error, wasn't it? Can we construct those? Which I guess means that I could also return an HTTP error if we like did a pipe through step later, which maybe we could revisit. Does parser give us a means to stringify errors? Well, my error is a string. Or is it? I might end up wanting to do different things eventually here. The error value is a list. Okay. Alias dead end. I almost swear there was a... Oh, wait, was there a... You could handle a dead end like this? Might get past a dead end like this. Dead ends to string, which I guess is only in this. But it's not in this module. What did I do with this before? Oh, did I just, like, copy it out? Okay. Oh, we did context to string, which in my case was that. Oh, right. That one, the advanced doesn't have that because it's not known to be a string. Maybe span data HTTP error. Oh, remote data failed. Okay, it compiles. All right, so require object search index is model command message. We had some helpers for that. After we do the other thing, it is okay, so it only does a command. That leaves the model. Function of the model giving a command, combining with the previous command. And we were doing what? Update object search. Okay, so the problem is well, we did request it twice, which is a little bit annoying. Maybe we can work on that later. I guess I should have some feedback. So there's the text. We kind of want this. And we need to do something for the startup stuff. Received OK dict. If it's still around when we need it, might be another question. Seeing as how we update some things. Or how we replace that all the time. Fetch object search index from Elm. Now that we have that data, maybe. Not the object list header. This is going to be the individual object details. Show matching object. We've got a model. That gives us the object name parts for this ID. Oh, this shows up in multiple places. Did I refactor this out? No. Show matching objects. You're called. So locked object I could see being a different thing. Matching object. Oh, you got factored out. Okay. Okay, so you're actually, let's see, object name, model object ID. Yeah, so this is like sub-processing. It might be more at this level. Object. stats. What are you going to return? So far we've been storing this. We don't care about selected server. We do have a maybe of our span data. Selected server was the ID. For this purpose, we want the object search index, which is going to be a dict. So that's what we're actually calling. So show matching object. So this is going to be count indexed. Oh, there's a remote data step in there. So span data. So you map to a remote data. Remote data has a with default. But I don't have a map. Maybe I should. So we map that. That's a maybe. I guess we could case off of that. Just data. Oh, but that means you a maybe. Oh, maybe I mapped this entire thing. So at that level, it's still nothing. Object search engine. So you're a remote data. But the dict.get can be there is no, you are a maybe containing a remote data. So maybe what we have to do is maybe dot with default. Not available. And then we don't have a remote data map. Of course, typically when I'm using remote data, I'm trying to provide useful error messages, but there's going to be like a per item thing. Oh, I can I map it with default? Maybe dot map. Well, no, this would be an empty dictionary. And then we attempt to do a get on it and provide default. Oh. Stats function. Well, it shouldn't have returned a function. Although that was probably me using this wrong. Okay, 0 false, totally understandable. And there's some numbers. Also some not founds. That might have, I wonder if that was a timing issue. Where can we put this for now? I think some objects actually do get some pretty long titles here, so might be a little bit hairy. Toggle, checkbox, atters. Oh, the label is the text for the checkbox. Oh, object with swatch. Does that mean this stuff actually goes over there? Not pretty. This, yeah, and we could even start using this to say if there was any to be found at all. Although we're not checking, do we even know the answer to that question? So, although things that aren't included generally have some instances. Oh no, if it's not in the index at all, then it actually is 0. That's almost like a secondary Boolean. The problem with not listing it at all is that whether it's present is going to depend on the time period. So if you do an object selection and then start changing time, that's going to change. So we've got a row. Oh, with the checkbox, a spacer. So this is the top level thing, which is just the checkbox in that entire line. We might have to do some play around with like layering stuff. to get this to not interfere with the name text. Of course, I actually said object with swatch is the entire thing. So maybe that should be part of the label. That's... so we said this thing... Yeah, rows are across. Nope. I don't know if we've... I might have to width fill all the way up to make this work. That's one of the little... Yeah, column. One of the interesting gotchas of MUI. It's width fill all the way down. Oh, okay, that did it. So we're going to have some long objects that are going to run into that. I don't know offhand. Yeah, like that one. So that's a problem to be solved. That'll probably work for most of them. We also want the is available flag somewhere, but I'm not really sure what to do with that. Oh, I guess this is all first line, so I could probably do that second line. But you're just a Boolean. Okay, so somebody else needs to be width fill. Oh. Why'd you do that? You're none. Headers text. Or just need to have another spacer. I guess you are just text. Maybe you need to be L, or even just an L. Or maybe I just have to have a spacing value at all. Nope. Huh. Do you have to be like line left by default? No? Maybe you need like a sub-object? Or a sub-row or something? So the row has spacing. That is bizarre. They're all L's. There's no just text anymore. The weird thing is it worked fine up here. So there's your element. There's your element. Center. Oh, you've got multiple elements. Yeah, AR. Align center right. Align content right. Align right. Align left. I think. Yeah, this is one thing about the UI frameworks. They're great, and then when something doesn't work, you don't know why. Of course, I could just check to see if there's been a bug fix update again. Got into trouble with that one before. Okay. So it's actually this thing that's filling? Actually, can I do shrink? Well, I mean, this is good for a proof of concept. Yes. Okay, so it defaults to fill for some reason. Probably don't need that. And I need to work on like the actual signaling for this. And maybe it's actually like a cross on it or something. Actually, that's not a terrible idea. Nope. First we go to Elm UI. That's going to be like a font effect. That would have to be applied at an element level. Oh, but that's unconditionally applied. First of all, oh, right, wrong element. How do we conditionally apply an attribute? Is there like an attribute none? Or like no attribute? Attribute is a core property, I think. There's just a lot of them. Attribute message, attribute message. I mean, maybe I could find an attribute that was kind of a no-op. Oh wait, maybe there's like a font default, font none. Color size, family typeface. Oh, there's a font dot align. Unitalicized. Regular. Index, then regular, else. I mean, otherwise you have to get to like list manipulation. Okay, and then it's a well, that's not present. Adobe wall. Yeah. And maybe the sorting by count would be good here. There's a lot of them, and they're not indexed. Horizontal Adobe. Strike through feels a little low, but oh well. I guess I could also like adjust like a reduced font weight or something. No, regular is that it. Font dot regular, font dot strike, light. That doesn't seem different at all. Maybe that's not available in all fonts. Yeah, because you should be nothing. And we could also get into like picking a different color. Like I think I've got a disabled color, but I haven't done any color stuff in here so far. But that's a proof of concept for that stage. Other stage would be to say, okay, now that we know if there's data, can we use that to jump around these? It's basically there, could use some refinement. That's still an open question. Ooh, and I've not been watching. Okay, so the back end is requesting stuff, which makes it harder to tell. Probably going to want to put something in and evaluate how often it's requesting that and under what conditions we reset stuff. Also, this is only the key index. Counts for map log data. So when we go into animation mode, that's all going to change. All right, once again, more than I was hoping for. Well, longer than I was hoping for. I might still be able to get a life or two in tonight. I'm going to have dinner first, though. Thanks for watching. Let's see. I'm not normally looking at code stuff at this time. That's what I'm normally on, which is, well, some of these days are open, not all of them are. Okay, let's see. There's game dev. There's more game dev. People getting into the last shot at Twitch Sings. That could be wrapping up soon. That's probably a special event because it's not usual time. But I've done some stuff with OBS WebSockets before, and it looks like BeginBot is doing something with like maybe a Go server or something, I don't know. And OBS WebSockets, well, maybe he's not actually using JavaScript for that. He's using the Go interface to WebSockets. Well, it looks kind of interesting. If you're looking for a place cool to hang out, BeginBot someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Good night, and until next time. And we might have the invisible raid. Let me refresh and see if it shows up. Well, it might fire in a little bit, or it might not. Just in case.